Okay, we'll call the pre-agenda to order. Mr. Crumpler?
Okay, call to order is Chairwoman Barbara Aycock. Invocation is Commissioner George Wayne Aycock Jr. Pledge of Allegiance is Vice Chairman Chris Gurley. Then we'll have the approval of the minutes to approve the August 15th, 2023 minutes. Then we'll have discussion and adjustment of the agenda. I don't currently have any adjustments for it. Then we'll move on to special presentations. The first item is the employee appreciation pins. We'll hand those out. Moving on to number 4 is a presentation of a check by Wayne County ABC Board General Manager Darnay Barefoot. Number 5 is a presentation on the United Way by Executive Director Sherry Archibald. Number 6 is a presentation on the Arts Council of Wayne County by Jack Cannon. And then number 7 is a presentation on the Great Grant Project by Aaron Penny of Lumos Fiber. Then we move on to a 9:30 a.m. public hearing to receive public comments on a request to rezone a 3.46 acre tract from RA20 to light industry. The property is located on US Highway 117 alternate in Dudley, identified as tax parcel 2585673029. The Board of Commissioners may choose to take action following that public hearing. Have you got any questions now, or else we'll?
Barry, do we have any opposition to that?
I received none in my office.
None. Okay.
Then we'll recess any other questions on that? If not, we'll move on. We'll recess the Board of Commissioners meeting and convene the Wayne County Board of Adjustment to hold a 9:30 public hearing for special use permit requested by Big D Round LLC for a mobile home park approval within the RA20 zoning district on parcel 2546744961 located on Paul Hare Road in the Grantham Township. The Board of Adjustments may choose to take action following the public hearing. We'll then adjourn the Wayne County Board of Adjustments, reconvene the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting, and move on to the appointment committee. Do we have any appointments?
Yes, we do.
Okay. We'll hold that, and then we'll move on to the consent, where item number 10, 11, and 12 are your late disabled veterans exemption applications, your late elderly disabled exemption applications, and your late present use value applications. Those have all been vetted by the tax office and are appear to be in order for approval. Then we'll move on to budget amendments. I'll turn that over.
Back to consent agenda.
Okay.
Some of these resolutions, not all of them, but I feel like sometimes that some of them are important enough that they probably need to be under new business instead of under consent. I don't want people to think we're trying to hide something.
Anyone you'd like to
that's
remove, you can make a motion to move it.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't see any today, but there've been some in the past that I just feel like that needs to be done under new business.
That's just me.
And that's my opinion, you know, it's just a pleasure to the board, but.
Most of these here are just,
Well,
Part of a
most
business
of the time,
process.
they're, you know, they're just, you know, but we have passed a few that I felt like need to be discussed. That's just Wayne's opinion.
anytime you want one removed, you can always remove it out to
Okay.
new business or old business or whatever it applies. Back to budget amendments. Allison.
First budget amendment, actually there are two that are tying up, or wrapping up our prior fiscal year. And so the first one is number 710. This was related to the sheriff's state grant that we received. It was close to a $90,000 grant. But as of the June 30 year end, we had not received back sales tax in that fund for expenditures. So we needed to move some cash over there so that that cash would be in a positive balance until we receive our sales tax refund. So that will be moved back once we receive our sales tax reimbursement. Just a cleanup item. Your next one is a similar situation that's for Fremont Elementary. It is a much larger amount. We're moving 18 million over to the Fremont Fund. And again, this is temporary until we receive our lottery fund reimbursement. We are working with DPI to draw those funds down and to make sure we understand how we have to draw those down in comparison with the match we have to provide. So as soon as we receive those funds, we will return this money back to the general fund. But we wanted to make sure as of June 30, we were in good shape for audit. Okay, the rest of these are for the new fiscal year. You have the first one for the Health Department, and they are requesting to increase the line item for COVID-19 enhancing detection activities by $18,570. I believe this is some not additional, but some remaining funding that they had left over that they can still use. And so I believe they'll use the rest of this through this fiscal year and then wrap that up. You have another budget amendment for the Health Department for $25,348 related to communicable disease pandemic recovery monies. This is for an agreement addendum from the Department of Public Health, and it is going to office supplies. For inspections, there's a budget amendment for $20,529.91. This is a reallocation of funding to cover their support and licensing fees for Intergov. This was just an oversight in their departmental budget, but we are working with them to make sure that this is in place for the next budget year, so we don't have to kind of try to find those funds. But they're covered. We didn't have to go to fund balance.
Okay.
What is Intergov?
That is the new permitting and inspection system that they are implementing, and it involves inspections, planning, and environmental health. And so I don't believe they've gone live with that yet, Barry, but I think it's pretty close.
It's the end of this month.
Okay, so yes, they're getting there.
Yeah.
All right, your next budget amendment is for the Sheriff's Office. This is to anticipate $2,866.50 in insurance proceeds. We have a budget amendment for solid waste for $6,340. This is for insurance proceeds related to repairing a metal building due to an accident on one of the convenience sites. For the Sheriff's Office, we have a budget amendment for $5,623.14. This is to anticipate insurance proceeds due to a vehicle accident. We have a budget amendment from the Sheriff's Office for $409.92. This was to wrap up a claim for damage done to an officer vehicle and to repair that vehicle. Okay, you have a budget amendment for the Sheriff's Office for controlled substance monies received in the amount of $736.66. Budget Amendment 91 is to anticipate $528.10. This is related to a claim that you actually saw earlier in a prior budget amendment, but this is additional funding we are receiving to repair that vehicle. We have a budget amendment for sewer for $15,000. This is a request to reallocate funds from facilities to sewer. These funds were budgeted for on-call professional services in the original budget, but we are having to move it to the sewer fund specifically because that's an enterprise fund and we have to account for it there. Okay, your next budget amendment is for DSS for $58,326, and this is for the Low-Income Water Assistance Program. This is new monies they've received specifically to assist clients with supplemental water payments, and it is ARPA money, but it is state ARPA money, so it is not coming from the county's funding that we received. And that is all I have for you.
Thank you, Alice. All right, any questions on those? If not, we'll move forward to item number 14, motion to approve the preliminary plat for Crawford Place. And I ask our planning director, Barry Gray, to come up and present on that.
Good morning. Yeah, Crawford Place, this is a preliminary plat. So this is the start of the process for a subdivision to get approval so they can move forward with their detailed planning. Of course, this is prior to construction. They're proposing 82 lots. 54 of those are within Wayne County. The The rest are in Pikeville's jurisdiction. So their ETJ line, or the mile outside of town, kind of cuts through this property, sort of north to south. So the eastern end of that is in Pikeville's jurisdiction. It does tie into Summerfield subdivision, which is inside, of course, Pikeville's zoning area. It's on Pikeville-Princeton Road, right near the intersection of Vale Road, just west of Pleasant Grove Church. The average lot size is 29,438 square feet. The planning board has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
I don't see a turn lane on Pikeville Princeton Road. It's not required.
Yeah, DOT will, with their, they'll do detailed construction drawings for DOT that'll actually show the details in the road right-of-way. And from what I've heard from DOT, they will be requiring a turn lane.
Okay.
When would they start this project, Barry?
This one, it really depends on their timeframe, how quick they're wanting to do it, but it could be probably within the next 6 months, I'm guessing.
81 lots.
They have 5 years from the date of approval
Yeah.
to complete the
right.
project.
They have mowed it.
Yeah, I seen that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Number 15 is a motion to award the bid for WebEx, the lowest responsible bidder, and appropriate budget amendment. I'll ask our IT director, Giorgio, to come up and get some details on that.
Good morning, everybody. So after vetting 3 potential vendors for this project, we chose Benchmark Networks to be the lowest responsible bidder. In doing that, they also had an alternate in their bid package that allowed us to move all our numbers at one time over to them, so we can be able to migrate departments at a time. So what I'm asking is to award the bid to Benchmark Networks and, excuse me, and I also need, because of, let me get my thoughts straight, to award the bid because we need to move forward, because our equipment is end of life and end of support. Cisco will give us support in the migration process to allow as we move across from one solution to the next. We currently have on-premise Call Manager, which is a Cisco product. We had done a project analysis before to move to the cloud, which was brought to you earlier, and moving to the cloud would save us over 5 years approximately $240,000 to $250,000. Yeah, it would cost us over $800,000 if we were to replace our equipment on-prem. It would cost us about $585,000 to go forward. So that would be the best solution. Other bids were close to $700,000, and they included stuff that we did not need. Let me see.
To put it in a nutshell,
Yes.
it's gonna save us some money over time.
Save us a bunch of money.
Move to a WebEx product over our current phone and fax system, which is end of life.
End of life, end of support. What I'd also like to ask is that we need additional ARPA funds. It was a placeholder of $250,000 put in there before that was not updated. But I take responsibility because I took over this department, so I need an additional about $450,000. How much was it? $458,000.
Yes, we identified this as an ARPA eligible project early on. And so we had, like you said, a placeholder for it, but not knowing exactly how much it was going to cost. We still have ARPA monies that we can use for projects like these that are pretty restrictive in how you can use those monies. This is an additional request for money, but we do have to have those funds spent down, so felt like this would be a good way to spend that grant money down. So that was my recommendation to him, is that we just request additional ARPA funds to cover the project.
WebEx calling is a less expensive solution. It has more features. We can all do WebEx meetings, collaboration calls. We can take phones, wherever you have a high-speed internet connection, you can have your extension to that phone. You can also actually put them on a cell phone as a SIM card and have your number on your cell phone, your desk phone. There's a lot of new features that WebEx has that we don't have currently in our system. We also will not have to pay long distance anymore. Right now, we pay long distance to AT&T, and there's a cost. So anywhere in the country and Canada, you can call with no long distance fees with WebEx calling. You can also, have a toll-free number with this solution that doesn't come with our current. So the Maxwell Center has a toll-free number, and we pay monthly for that, and it's expensive to have that toll-free number. That goes away. So we're saving money for different departments. We're giving them more features. There's also the ability to do call recording. Our fax system is going to be included in this, which wasn't originally in the $585,000 when we did the assessment to see what it would cost to go to WebEx, and so that's included in this. So there's a lot of benefits. There's a lot of cost savings over 5 years, and if we could use ARPA funds to save, our fund balance, that'd be great.
Madam
Any
Chair, a
questions?
couple of questions.
Sure.
So are we using exclusively ARP funds for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And two, when are you planning on implementing this?
As soon as we get approval. I already have a demo set up, so we're ahead of the game. We would just convert that to a live environment. So the initial setup, we already did because we asked Cisco to give us a demo and gave us 10 numbers. One of our first departments will be like Steel Memorial Library and the Jetport, because we don't have to buy them systems anymore. It's all inclusive. Doesn't matter where you are, as long as you have a high-speed internet connection, you can have phone calls, you can have video conferencing, you can have collaboration.
Are you going to, upon approval, you're going to start right away?
Sure. Yeah. Get the implementation phase, laid out first, and then we're going to implement. And the nice thing about the second, about Benchmark and what's a company called First Digital, they provide the PSTN, Public Service Telephone Network. Right now, we're using AT&T. We're paying a fee for that. We're paying equipment, and we have equipment over here. Moving to the cloud, you have no equipment to maintain. You have no equipment to, replace. It's all being done by Cisco. And Cisco has multiple routes and data centers within the United States, so if one goes down, we're still not losing our phone call. The only way we would lose phones would be if somebody cut up our fiber loop in multiple places. And that would be the only way, and it'd have to happen at the exact same time. Once we go to implement, we chose a company called First Digital instead of Cisco to be our PSTN, which provides us the phone lines, what they're called SIP trunks in the voice over IP world. So the nice thing about that company is we can port all our numbers to that company. The numbers, the DIDs, which are phone numbers, we can port those all at one time. And then we can, department by department, switch it from on-premise to the cloud. If we go with the AT&T and Cisco, we would have to do what's called the port and it takes 21 days for them to respond to that, to see if they're gonna do it or not, then they have to schedule moving those. So it would lengthen this project a long period of time, because we'd either have to move them all and people be without phones for a little bit, or we can move all our numbers and then little by little push them into the cloud. And that's the route I chose.
Georgia,
Good job,
oh, I'm
thank you,
sorry.
Georgia. Any other questions on
Yeah,
that?
how long will it take for full installation of the project? I mean,
Well, once it's approved and we sign the contract, we'll start moving forward. You know, we have to create auto attendance, you know, when
Just
somebody.
roughly how long will it take?
Yeah, how long?
Approximately how long? I'd say a good, I'm gonna be 6 months.
6 months, okay.
That's if other projects don't get in the way, but yeah, I'd say that'd probably be realistic.
Advanced technology, lower cost, lower monthly cost is the next wave of our phone system. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
And way over our head to
Right.
comprehend those.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
way over my head too. Thank you, Georgia.
We'll train
Any
them.
other
That
questions?
was a low bidder.
Bingo, responsible bidder. All right, moving along to number 16 is establish a public hearing for October 17th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. to receive public comments on an amendment to section 70-76 of the Wayne County subdivision ordinance regarding preliminary and final plat submittal requirements. Eddie might want to say a few words on that.
Right, this is, we're actually just asking that you call for a hearing next month. This is to revise our subdivision ordinance, our checklist that we use to make sure final plats and preliminary plats meet certain standards when submitted. And basically, all this does is allow for engineers to submit preliminary plats. Surveyors still, of course, have to seal final plats because they do have survey work on it. But typically, engineers across all counties do preliminary plats. Our subdivision submittal requirements in the ordinance allows it as well. However, our checklist just does not reflect that. So we just want to make sure the checklist reflects that as well.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 17 is a motion to adopt resolution 2023-21, accepting an ARPA grant from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality for the parking lot improvement project at the Wayne County Executive Jetport. And that's, of course, accepting an ARPA grant that was already awarded to us for parking lot revitalization.
These are all state funds.
Correct. I think it was 200, a little over 200,000 if I remember.
Yep.
I don't have it in front of me, but
No match on our part.
correct. Number 18 is a motion to adopt resolution 2023-22, authorizing Wayne County to file a formal application for NC Division of Water Infrastructure Merger Realization Feasibility Study Grant. This is actually, it says that, but it's actually monies that I'm applying for repair to our Genoa water system. We're applying back through the Division of Water Infrastructure, the same grant program to get money, to try to get monies for repairing our phase one that was identified in our asset inventory study that was just completed by CDM Smith. So I would be seeking approval from this board to make application for those funds. And that has to adjoin the application when we send it in. So, any
So-
questions on that?
So Smith identified some issues in regards
Oh,
that
yeah.
need to be repaired.
Phase one, they laid out year by year. There's about a 10-year plan there. The first year was a little over 2 million.
A little over 2 million.
Yeah, well, that was probably 90% of it. Every year afterwards is a lot smaller amount, but year one was the bulk of it. So
2 million in upgrades.
they would be replacing 7 miles of pipe. I mean, it's a large project.
That is a large
Manholes,
project.
about 10 manholes, resetting some manholes.
Well, we appreciate you applying for the grant.
Trying, I'll try, keep your fingers crossed.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions on that one? I'll move on to number 19 is a motion to adopt resolution 2023 declaring surplus real property and approving the sale of surplus property jointly owned by the city of Goldsboro located at 111 West Pine Street, Goldsboro.
Good morning. This is a previous tax foreclosure. We were approached by a citizen who wanted to offer $1,000 for the property. The tax value on the property is $1,920. They've offered $1,000. They've paid their deposit and the advertising fees. And I've also included those adjoining property owner letters as well. So pretty straightforward request. And if it is approved, it would have to go to the city for approval as well.
Any questions on that? Thank you, Andrew. Number 20 is a motion to approve the sales price for the two shell buildings at $2.9 million for the 30,000 square foot building and $3.9 for the 50,000 square foot building. These numbers were recommended by the Wayne County Development Alliance, and that includes all the costs for the development plus some profit. Any questions on that?
Riding by on 70, there's some activity going on. I mean, we've never been on schedule, but are we getting closer? I mean,
Those shell buildings are on schedule.
well, I mean, and I'm talking about the street and the whole 9 yards. I
The
mean,
street is under construction now.
Okay.
The bids were let the 5th of this month, I think, the 5th of this month. They actually started on the 5th and they've been there. So as far as I'm aware, they've.
I mean, there's activity going on, but it's been, this project's been going on so long.
Well, we just had the groundbreaking for the shell buildings.
Well, I know, but the street project's been going on a long, long time.
Well, it has.
Well, if you want to
And
get
it's
into it.
unfortunate that we had to regroup because our initial discussion was basically this would be a city street. And the city of Goldsboro refused to accept that as a city street. So we had to go back and build this street to NCDOT standards, and it increased our cost on this street by
About 600,000.
about $600,000 because we had to build it to the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Their schedule is such.
Right.
And their requirement.
Increase the project by 600,000.
Plus, since they're not willing to install utilities, we had to put go back, redesign, to put sleeves under the intersection. There's one intersection in there. Also, we had to hire an NCDOT on-call engineer to be our construction manager.
So it really
So what was the
escalated our
total?
cost.
What was the total
I can't-
additional round figures?
It's probably 2.4, 2.3, somewhere in there, with the construction manager.
And do recognize, this was part of an incentive package for us to have the expansion of Atlantic Casualty.
Yeah.
So Atlantic Casualty, in order to
Craig's
seal.
gonna look it up.
Do what now?
He's gonna look the exact number up.
Okay. So we were obligated to build the street.
I know we were.
And we certainly were expecting the city of Goldsboro to work with us in order to build that street and have them designated as a city street. But there again, we had to do what we had to do.
I think Wooten's been on schedule since the,
Since the start.
because we called Carlson about getting the corn out, and he was in there and picked it. I think Andrew got the next Monday after we talked to him, so everything's rolling. Since they've signed a contract, they've been working.
But the city didn't want to build a street, but they'll expect to collect their taxes.
Well, and it wasn't gonna cost the city anything, understand. We were paying the entire cost. It was just, it's the difference of designating as a city street or whether or not you build it to the North Carolina Department of Transportation standards.
There's no utilities on that street though, except for gas. Except for natural gas. And they didn't pay for that either.
Just one of those unfortunate situations. It did cost Wayne County a great deal of money.
Okay,
It
all right.
did cost Wayne County, right?
It did.
Yeah, yeah. You say did, didn't you?
All right, any other questions on that? If not, we'll move on to 21, is a motion to approve the final plat for Arthur's Creek, Section 2.
All right, excuse me, Arthur's Creek, Section 2. This is a final plat. So with this, you have seen the preliminary in the past. They are coming in with their final phase. So all the improvements are in place for this subdivision. They do have 46 lots on 50 acres. This is on Charlie Braswell Road out in the Rosewood community. It's actually just north of Rosewood Elementary, almost across from Green Acres subdivision, which is north of there, but on the other side of Charlie Braswell Road. So the average lot size is 40,719 square feet, so just under an acre lot sizes out there on average. The improvements, as I said, are in place, the roads are constructed, and the planning board does recommend approval.
Any questions? Moving on to number 22 is a motion to approve the final plat for Creek's Edge, Section 2.
All right, Creek's Edge, this again is also is a final plat. This is out on Antioch Road, just north of Big Daddy's Road. This preliminary came before you not too long ago, I believe it was earlier this year. There are, they actually have, you have your plat. You see Creek's Edge Drive. It is a second section of this. The first phase includes 3 lots, which are directly owned, or 4 lots directly on Antioch Road. So those were roadfront lots that were done previously, so that's why this becomes a Section 2. But this is the first phase within the actual subdivision street itself. It is a small phase. The average lot size is 17,942 square feet. With this, as mentioned, all the improvements are in, so the street is paved. Planning board does recommend approval of this request as well.
Is this additional lots area? Is there already some more that's already there? I mean, I was just looking at.
It's
the numbers.
additional. The only lots that really are there are just the, there's some roadfront lots. So this is really just the first phase within the actual subdivision where the street is. So there'll be additional phases in the back. They'll extend the street to include additional phases in the future. All right. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Barry. Moving to 23 is a motion to approve the First Amendment to the amended and restated funding agreement to accommodate the NC Lottery grant for Fremont Elementary School. Andrews will speak on that.
This is pretty straightforward. If you remember, last June, we established a GMP on the Fremont Elementary School, and you all passed a joint resolution with the school board. The month after that, you amended your agreement that you had with them, outlining, how much money we were going to borrow, where all the funds were coming from, and that was necessary because the state budget changed, or the General Assembly changed the terms of the lottery grant that we were utilizing. So, moving past that, there was a pump station on the property that you all agreed to pay, fund with ARPA funds. And that was done a few months ago. The school board and their attorneys are asking that we just amend our funding agreement to make it clear that we would be responsible for the funding for that pump station, that we're going to use ARP funds, and that also we would transfer ownership of that pump station back to the school once all the debt is retired on the school. So it's basically just looping that pump station into the property with the elementary school. So.
And it's your advice that we transfer it back over to the school system?
That's what we've done with all the other ones. Yeah.
That's after
The debt's retired.
Yeah, but that's 20 years.
20 years.
Okay,
Right.
20 years. All right, well, good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Moving on to the next item, number 24, is a motion to approve the 2023 statewide mutual aid agreement. This is an agreement between Wayne County and Emergency Management for mutual aid. Is there any questions on that?
Did anything change on it?
Not to my knowledge, Brian.
I couldn't see where there's any changes, but
There's a requirement that if some of our people are negligent, we would have to indemnify whoever they hurt, which I don't like, but that would be, I think it's, take it the way they've written it, or,
But
you know,
but
just,
our individual insurances at the fire department would be in first, correct?
yes.
Right. And then if there's anything over and above,
well, is this agreement just for fire departments or for the?
It's anything.
Anything, any first responder.
Any questions? All righty, moving along. Turn the page. Item 25 is a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-24, declaring surplus real property and approving the sale of surplus property jointly owned by the city of Goldsboro, located at 409 North Slocum Street, Goldsboro.
And this is another surplus property offer that we received. It's on North Slocum. It's actually the last lot. If you're going up North Slocum, it's the last lot there on your left. The offer was $4,000. The tax value is $1,830. It would also need to be approved by the city of Goldsboro, and then we're going to notify the adjoining property owners as well.
say that again. How much did they offer for?
1,000.
Oh, I thought you said 4,000.
No, 1,000, sorry. The offer was 1,000 and the tax value is $1,830.
Madam Chair, I do have a question in regards to this process, because there's a question that came up on another property. These matters come before us, and we approve that it's surplus and approve the offer. We then send it to the city of Goldsboro. Does the city of Goldsboro have the option of not accepting that as surplus property?
They could deny, they could reject the offer if they wanted to. We need their concurrence in order to sell the property.
Okay, if they turn around and say, we're not going to declare it as surplus, instead, we're going to acquire the property.
If they wanted to hang on, then we would refund the deposit to this person and let them know that their offer was rejected. And then we retain ownership of the property.
The county would still retain.
The county and the city would still own it jointly.
Yes,
That
so
wouldn't
we
change.
still jointly would own it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So anybody they can either come to us and put in an offer and we can start the process, or they can go to the city and start the process. Some
Well,
people do it
Yeah, on
either
this
way.
particular property, it seemed like they wanted to use it for the city and retain ownership
That
in order
particular,
for redevelopment.
well, that particular, we would have to deed that over to them.
That's right.
We're still joint owners on that if it's the same property that I think we're
Okay,
both
so
thinking
they
about.
would still have to have us transfer our ownership
Half
rights
interest.
over to them.
Yep.
Okay.
So is that the one? Never mind. Wrong way, got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All righty. Number 26 is a motion to approve Resolution 2023-25, a resolution adopting the 48th Amendment to the Position Classification and Pay Plan for Wayne County. HR Director is going to speak on that.
Well, good morning.
Hi, how's everybody? So this is just a continuation of the edits that we're doing and the audits that we're doing of the pay plan. This is mostly title changes and just administrative changes that is required that you approve. It does not require any changes in salaries. It's just administrative changes. That's it. Any questions for me? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. All righty, moving along to number 27 is a motion to approve the City of Goldsboro's request to continue the merger realization feasibility study on behalf of Wayne County Partnership for the ongoing realization efforts, whose collaboration in the study does not bind the County of Wayne to act on the recommendations of the study. And this is basically a resolution supporting Goldsboro's applying for additional funding to study their sewer system. And they ask for a resolution of support that they can include with their grant application. And that again is to the Division of Water Infrastructure, same set of funds that we were accessing for all the other sewer items.
What's the chances of them getting it? I mean, because, you know, all we hear from the state is regional. What's the chances of Goldsboro getting it?
Good, really good,
Okay.
hopefully.
This is just for the study, though.
This is for study their water capacity needs for 15 years, I think, or 10 years. So, you know, something similar to what we did prior to starting the AIA. We hired Withers and Ravenel separately to do that for us in the county. They're doing it now with I'm not sure who they're using, but they're applying for grant funding through Division of Water Infrastructure. I think it's $600,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Is this the first time they've done this, Chip? Have they
It's the
done-
first time they've accessed these funds because they've only been available for the last 2
Yeah.
years.
Well, I'm talking about, have they done a study before?
I'm sure they have way back, but it hasn't been done in quite a while.
Last night, they had a presentation from Smith Engineering as well as Withers and Ravenel, and it really was an eye-opening thing in regards to how far behind the city is in regards to their infrastructure.
I'm sure one of those companies will be doing that for them, their own call for the city, as well as us.
So it was a real interest. If you get an opportunity, you need to go back and kind of thumb through that because it was an interesting presentation, kind of eye-opening.
Any other questions on that one? And number 28 is a motion to approve the agreement to participate in the Lenore Green Wayne County Coalition Brownfields Coalition Assessment Grant. Craig is here to speak on that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, I've got Darren McCleary here with me from Mid-Atlantic Associates. We have been in talks with Lenore County Assistant Manager Adam Short, who was looking at just simply how can we identify additional properties that we can market for economic development. And one of those ways that you can do that is through redevelopment of properties that used to have maybe a manufacturing facility on it. One that comes to my mind immediately that a lot of people have asked me about is the old GE plant here in the city of Goldsboro. You come up to the corner, it's fenced off, it is on the market now, but it's a concrete slab, it's already got water run to it, it's got sewer run to it, it's got electrical run to it, it's got gas run to it. However, we don't know what's in the ground there. I don't know if you guys have heard of Brownsfield before, but sometimes things get into the ground and studies need to be done, which can make it costly for redevelopment. So what this is to do is just simply take, just like we do with the Economic Development Region, the three of us come together, the three entities, Wayne, Lenore, and Greene County, and we are proposing to go after some funding that is grant funding to help us to identify, assess, and redevelop these properties. And I brought Darren here. He's a little more of an EPA expert in this grant that we're going to hopefully go after if you guys have any questions.
And that's all properties that are identified in all three counties, not just the GE.
So, yeah, so we're looking at, and I think there was something about the municipalities and 5,000, like smaller municipalities in the grant.
Well, the grant application, you can get extra points if you have smaller communities.
Which would,
So, yeah, so you're looking at rural eastern North Carolina, we've got a lot of smaller municipalities that we can use inside there, and we're looking at the properties they've got.
Oh, great. Well, thanks for looking into that and applying for the grant.
Thank you.
Good, and good luck on the GE property.
Thank you.
But they were fined several times when they were in operation.
Yeah, I saw they got it posted now for sale.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
Craig.
Yes.
I agree with Chairman, with Commissioner Aycock in pertaining to our consent agenda, and I'd like to have number 18, motion to adopt resolution 2023-22, move to new business, if it's okay with the board.
18 and what, Antonio?
It's a 2023-22, a resolution authorizing Wayne County to file a formal application for North Carolina Division of Water Infrastructure merger regionalization feasibility study grant.
Have a motion on?
I'm good with it. Is that moving to new business?
Yes.
I'm good with that.
I'm good. Do we need to vote on
You'll
it?
have to raise your hand because I wasn't prepared for this vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Williams, was that you that made that motion?
Yes.
Any other questions on consent? If not, we'll move on to new business. Motion to adopt Resolution 2023-26, requesting the City of Goldsboro to rescind ordinance number 2023-46. Ordinary. You want to speak on that?
This was something that was discussed, and Goldsboro has put in new fees that could substantially hurt us in getting new businesses. This is asking them to rescind that resolution.
And we can have discussion on that when it comes up under new business.
Yes. Okay. And number 30 is a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-27, requesting the City of Goldsboro to not require the annexation of properties outside the city that use water or sewer from the City of Goldsboro.
The city has at Park East required people that hook onto their sewer to be annexed in 7 years. And there was some discussion, I think, yesterday in the city council about making it immediate. That was tabled last night, and this is asking them not to require anybody to be annexed just to use as water or sewer.
It was tabled, but to be brought up at their next meeting, I think was October the 2nd. I'm not sure on that date.
All right, we'll have comment on that in the meeting. Then we move to public comments. Each speaker will have a time limit of 4 minutes. We move to the county manager's report, the Board of Commissioners committee reports, then the closed session. We do have closed session for today. And then we will adjourn after that.
I suppose this is what you get when you skip a meeting. That's a long meeting.
Mr. Crumpler,
Yes, sir.
I have cleared this with Mr. Parker. It's one item that I would like to discuss in closed session, and I cleared it with Mr. Parker, and he said this particular subject that we were legally in discussing it in closed session.
Okay.
And I pass that on to the manager.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
The item I had moved, is that gonna be number 31 on the new?
Yeah, when we adjust the agenda, I'll pull it out and make it under the last one under new business, correct?
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's already got it fixed. Can we adjourn or recess for a minute or whatever?
You have about 5 minutes. I don't think we have enough time to go.
We're recessed. right, I call the Wayne County Board of Commissioners September 19th meeting open. Invocation will be Commissioner Aycock, Pledge of Allegiance, Vice Chair Chris Gurley.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thanks for today. Thanks for giving me the blessings. We just thank you for all of the hard work that our county employees puts in that goes unnoticed sometimes. But we do want them to know that we do appreciate what they do. And we ask that you be with our men and women in uniform and our first responders, and just give us the guidance to make the right decisions for the county of Wayne. We make mistakes sometimes, but, just give us the strength to go back and correct them. We ask that you be with our leaders in Raleigh to come together and remember why they were elected. They were elected to represent the citizens of this great state, and the same thing in Washington. Put their partisan politics aside sometimes and do what's right for the citizens, regardless of what party they belong to. And we just ask this in your name. Amen.
Please stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start, I would like to say something. I would like to recognize a young man that I met at the doctor's office last week. His name is Tyler. I walked by him and he said, "You're Barbara." I looked at him, I said, "Okay, well, I did not know this young man." And when I sat down, he said, "You're Barbara Aycock." I said, "Okay." And we went on, and he is an avid watcher of our meetings. He's probably about 22 years old. And he could tell you all the commissioners' names and a lot of events and stuff that we have talked about. He had a photographic memory. His mother was telling me all about him. And I mean, when you walk by somebody that do, you just kind of look at them, well, how do you do me? Well, I just wanted to recognize Tyler because I know he's watching and everything, and I told him I would recognize him today, so I just wanted to get that out of the way. All right, Mr. Crumpler, you would like to move on?
Approval of the minutes.
Move adoption of the minutes of August 15th.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve August 15th, 2023 meetings. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. It passed?
Yep.
Adjustment of the agenda is, I've had one item, is to remove item 18, which is a motion to adopt resolution 2023-22, authorizing Wayne County to file a formal application for an NC Division of Water Infrastructure Merger and Regionalization Feasibility Study Grant. Move that under new business. It will now become item 31 under new business. And that's the only change I have, Madam Chair. Item 30, right?
Yes, 30. Did you say 30 or 31?
31.
30, okay. All right. Special presentations.
Made a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion we approve the adjusted agenda.
Well, I didn't have it come up on my screen, but I vote yes.
Okay, all right, passed. We'll move along to special presentations. Item number 3 is our employee appreciation pin presentation.
All right, starting with number 1, Mercy Wright with the Maxwell Center. Brendan Hooker with the library. Jenny Ray, Public Health Maternity Care Project. Tanner Williams with the Sheriff's Office. Jacob Edens, Inspections. Jenna Christmas, EMS. Matthew Azell, Landfield. Mackenzie Davis, Tax. Claudette Musgrave, Detention Center. Justin Bullwin, Detention Center. Marshall. Slow down a little bit. Sorry. Marshall Cook with the landfill. Austin Price, EMS. Zach Lancaster, Facilities. Jeffrey Briggs with the landfill. And Savannah Gutierrez, EMS. All right, and that's all for our 1 year. Now we'll move on to our 5 years. Trent Toms with Public Affairs. Jeremy Cheney, SRO. All right, that's all for our 5 years. Moving on to 10 years, we'll have Wayne Rogerson, Facilities. And Taryn Vasquez, EMS. And moving on to 15 years, Renee Oates in the Tax Office. Okay, and Jeremy Hooker in the Sheriff's Office? No? Okay. Moving on to 20 years, we'll have Regina Pearson, Detention Center, and Kim McGuire, DSS. All right, and that is all of our employee pins. If you guys will look right up at this camera, Joe will take your picture. All right, you guys are good. Sorry. Oh, good.
How many cups of coffee have you had this morning?
You know, funny, I don't drink coffee, so.
What else you been drinking?
My Dr. Pepper.
She was rolling those off.
I'm telling you, she was.
I had never seen Chip move that fast.
She looked at how big the agenda was, so she was with it.
All right, moving along to our next item is a presentation of check by Wayne County ABC Board General Manager Darnay Barefoot.
Welcome, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. It's that time of year again. On behalf of the Wayne County ABC Board, I've now been here about 7 months. Came in and I'd been here about 5 days when I brought you the first check. And so here's the second check of the year I want to present to the county for $110,000. That's the distribution money from sales. And as long as everything keeps going, we'll keep doing this for Wayne County. We appreciate y'all's help. You all just appointed us a new board member. We appreciate that, Ms. Rosalind Weeks, and we'll thank you for that. And any way we can help you going forward, please let us know. Any questions? We're hoping to expand here in the near future out in the Rosewood area, working on that and doing some remodeling. We've got some stuff that's about 30, 40 years out of date, so we're working on that. But any questions, feel free to let us know. But here's the check.
If we could get Madam Chair to come down and accept the check and have a picture made.
It's amazing what a good board and a good director can make happen.
Thank you.
Did they say in Tennessee, keep it floating?
Huh?
Did they say in Tennessee, keep it floating?
They get the picture.
All right. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donnie.
Moving along under special presentations, item number 5 is a presentation on the United Way by Executive Director Sherry Archibald.
Good
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Have you got a check?
I don't. I'm seeking checks consistently. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak with you this morning. I wanted to share a little bit about what we're doing in the campaign and throughout this season, and something that you may already know, but United Way has been here in your community for 98 years. Almost 100 years we have been focusing on the needs of this community, and while I know that says a lot about our organization, it also says a lot about our community and how they come together in a time of need. Right now, we have more than 60 major investors. We're going throughout the community to share the presentation and the message of United Way and inviting them to participate and support their community through United Way. We are, in addition to the major investors that we're seeing, we're also visiting Wayne County schools, all the county departments, all the city departments. I want to say thank you to the county. I want to say thank you to Chip and to Ginger, to Joy for being those connections and volunteers to help us get through that. We're visiting with the hospital, and again, we're inviting those employees to participate in an employee campaign. We financially fund 20 programs from 14 different agencies, and while we're happy to do that, we also are really happy to be able to partner with many other nonprofits. We know that we can't fund every nonprofit, but we can help support them in some capacity, and so it's our goal to do that, whether it's to assist them with marketing what they're doing, their events, helping them with professional development, or potentially bringing them in to help them be prepared to be a partner at some capacity in the future. Another part of what we do is to really look at issues in our community and work collaboratively with organizations in our community to find solutions. One of the great ways that we've been able to do that in the last few years, and that we're really happy to be able to share, is our partnership with the county through the Wayne County Health Department through COVID, and we wrapped that up, and now we're working with them collaboratively through some program support, and it's just a joy to be able to do that. Another way that we are doing that is we sought after a grant. While it's a relatively small grant, $25,000 from the Duke Energy Foundation, we know that we have a lot of basic needs here in our community. And so it is a basic needs grant, and it's enabling us to hire a part-time community health care worker, and the majority of those funds will go back into the community to help with basic needs. We're also looking to find additional funds to help with that because we know the needs are very strong, but that is what our goal is and what we are doing. 211 is a United Way branded call center, and so we are spreading the message all over the county about that call center. If you know of someone who has a need, whether it's for housing, transportation, any of those basic needs, counseling, tutoring, we want to encourage folks to call 211. We work very closely with them and make sure that they know what our resources are here so that when someone has a need, they can call there to find out what their resources are. So that's why I'm here today. We did bring some information to leave with you, and I just wanted to take that opportunity again to thank you. It's been a privilege for us to go and speak to all the county departments, and I just wanted to extend that thank you. I know I've had the pleasure of speaking with several of you individually about the work that we're doing, and so I appreciate all that you do. Any questions that I can answer for you about what we do?
I'd just like to say thank you for everything you and your organization is doing in the community.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that so much.
And I'd like to say thank you as well. I've been knowing you for several years, and, you know, you're the same Sherry. You don't change, and I'm sure, you know, that you're definitely impacting the community here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Good organizations that you're supporting here too. This is what you're doing.
Yes, they are listed in that brochure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate that. Great organization. All righty, we're moving on to item number 6, presentation on the Arts Council of Wayne County by Jack Cannon.
I have with me our program director, Anna Henson, who, what I'm going to do is just I wanted to come and thank you all for the contribution you made. We're back up on our feet. We had a ribbon cutting Friday night, and it was very well attended. And diversity, I've never seen such diversity as I did that night. And a lot of people mentioned it. The main reason is just to say thank you for your support. It's been very good. We're up and running. And Madam Chairman, if you want to come down and present that $110,000 check to us, we'll be glad to take it.
Would be a good gesture, wouldn't it?
We've branched out. We have a place in Mount Olive. The First Baptist Church has been very gracious to give us studios. We have 8 of them, and a gallery. We can have events there. We are going to Pikeville now and set up one there in Pikeville, and then we're going to Fremont, and anybody else that wants one. But those two, the mayor of Pikeville and the mayor of Fremont, we've talked to about setting it up. It's just taken us a while to get up and running. So we're taking the Arts Council it's the Arts Council of Wayne County, we're taking it to the county. And we have a youth gallery too going on, which we named in honor of Luann Bryan Smith. She was a teacher for 30-something years in Wayne County school system. And Anna's going to tell you just briefly some things that we are doing.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. This has actually been my first time in this room, and I know it's not going to be my last. And so one thing, the generous funding that the county has given us, it's allowed us to breathe. You know, it's not a secret. We've had a hard time the past year and a half plus. So what this has allowed us to do is breathe and focus on our internal programming so that it can be successful for our community, so that we can focus on aspiring artists, professional artists, and teaching artists. That way, we can actually use the grants that we receive from the North Carolina Arts Council to effectively help and assist and fund the nonprofits in our area, such as arts nonprofits and many organizations that just have arts programs. So that has helped us tremendously. Right now, we're actually about to begin that grant process, and our internal programming, such as reaching out to the Hispanic community and having community drum circles. So our focus is eventually we want all of our programming to be free so that it is accessible to our community. So with that help from you guys, it is making that possible. So we really, really appreciate that.
Any questions?
Yes, this is probably for Ms. Henson. How are you reaching out to our youth? Like, we have a lot of artistic youth here in this community, and they have no place to really, bring their talents out. So, if possible, if you could reach out to like some of our schools within the county. I know it's a lot of young people that need something to do, and I think that'd be a great opportunity for them.
I agree with you, and that's a great question. So before I was with the Arts Council, I was an art educator at East Wayne High School for about 6 years, and that was my alma mater, so I have a huge passion for that. And the answer is yes. We are planning to have after-school programs and free events and free opportunities for the youth or anybody from public, private, charter, homeschool to be involved, such as community art revitalization, which we know we need in the downtown area. And that just shows them that that art can be a very lucrative profession for them. And that's a great outlet for them, especially if they are struggling in other areas. In order to have a professional business, they have to be good at math, they have to be good at reading, and that could be a great motivator for them. It's a great question, thank you.
Also, I want you to know that we have $10,000 to help youth in Mount Olive, and we're going to raise hopefully $10,000 here in Goldsboro. We have Steve Bedore coming, who's going to do a concert at the Paramount for us October 21st, and all that money that's raised that day will go towards the youth of Goldsboro, and then we'll take it to Fremont. Since we're taking a branch, we'll ask them to give us the money in Fremont as well as Pikeville. So we are taking it there, and youth is our primary. We've partnered also with the library, the 3 public libraries. We go around there and have events there. And yes, art is amazing.
You said Pikeville, you said Mount Olive, which was valuable. Don't forget Dudley too. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Cannon,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you for the big event Friday night. I really enjoyed it.
Thank
The
you.
food was great, the music was great, and the art was great. And
Thank y'all very
also
much.
recognized you for your leadership as well.
Yeah, good.
And
Well, we
thank
got a
you.
15,000, well, it's more than that now, but we have 15,000 for art
Yeah.
for Wayne County students.
Yeah, so
It
I'll.
was a wonderful event.
If you don't mind, I would like to elaborate a little bit more on that. The Board of Directors have raised a little over $15,000 for the youth in Wayne County. It's going to be a $1,000 scholarship for those that want to pursue it as a career in college, and we'll have that funding for at least 15 years.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we've got a great art program out at Wayne Community College.
Yes.
And, if we've got the talent out there, the talent is all over the county. I mean, like I say,
It's amazing.
some of the art that they do at the college is just, it's amazing. But the same talent is out there in other places. It's just not coming out.
We're going to find it.
Well, they had some beautiful art that night, Friday night display. Beautiful.
Appreciate that.
Thank you all for your time and your generosity.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Moving on to item number 7 is a presentation on the Great Grant Project by Aaron Penny of Lumos Fiber. Nobody here? Nobody, no show. Scratch that one. We'll move on. Let's see
Well,
what
let's dig into why there's a no-show.
Yes, sir. We'll check into it. I'm not sure. I didn't directly deal with the person. They spoke through Carol, so I'll have her follow up on it. It's not quite 9:30, so if we'll move on to our consent appointment committee.
I'm sorry.
Appointments.
So you're moving to the consent agenda?
Appointment committee.
And we do have appointments. Madam Chair and Board, this is coming to you in the form of a motion. Motion to reappoint Mr. Wayne Jackson and Mr. Steve Hooks for the Fremont Planning and Adjustment Board.
We'll have to vote manually if you're gonna do them individually.
Well, we can do them all.
We got to do them individually. We have to do them individually.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to reappoint Mr. Jackson and Steve at Fremont Planning Adjustment Board.
Motion to appoint Connie Wiley to the Library Advisory Board, filling the vacant seat of Nancy Reeves. Motion to appoint Catherine Davis as the Wayne County Public Schools representative on the Community Child Fatality Prevention Team. Motion to appoint Steve King to fill up the seat on the Health and Human Services Board.
What was that name again?
Steve.
Steve King?
Okay. And Madam Chair, that concludes the appointment committee.
Thank you, Mr. Hardison.
All right, we'll move on to our consent agenda.
I move adoption of our consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda.
I have a question about number 17. The ARPA grant. Can you explain that to me a little bit real quick? I wasn't here for the meeting before.
It's a resolution accepting an ARPA grant from the Department of Environmental Quality for improvements to the parking lot at the Wayne Executive Jetport. It was grant funding specifically applied from our airport engineers for the crumbled parking lot to improve drainage there. I think it was a little over $200,000 with no county match. And those are not local ARPA funds, those are state ARPA funds.
Okay, that's one thing I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
And with those funds, like with these grants, how are these grants listed in our budget? So are they listed as grant revenues, or is it listed as a grant?
They would be listed as grant revenues within the JetPort fund, and
Okay.
then the associated expenditures would be grant expenditures.
Okay, okay.
Are you asking about any grants in any other departments or just?
Well,
the-
if that one, because I've just noticed how, well, in certain departments it has grant revenues, but then I don't see anything that says grant expenditures. So
Right.
I missed that part, which I have to go back and look again. Because it wasn't adding up for me to have a grant revenue, you know what I mean, and not have a grant expenditure in the expenditures.
Right.
The expenditures was just a list of things, and I know that you can't spend grant money on just anything.
That's
You know,
right.
it's supposed to be specific to that grant. So when I didn't see it, that's why I had to ask about this one, because I want to see how it's listed in both places. Because it's like, it's kind of sort of misleading, because if I have revenues and those revenues are 3 million, and I have expenditures that are 3 million, but I have grant revenues that are 2 million in that, but I don't have those grant expenditures on the expenditures, it's like saying it's $2 million missing there. So I don't know if it's not in there in the expenditures, because if you add it up, it would go over that $3 million. It would actually be 5 instead of the 3, and then, so that's the thing that I'm missing when I'm looking at those grant revenues, trying to figure that out, because I remember being with the city, and that was some issues that we were having with the city, them listing grants as grant revenues, because it's really specific for a certain thing and not just revenue to spend however you want to spend. So I can't spend it on payroll or whatever it may be. So that's something that I would like for us to look at in the future.
And we're happy to help you with any specific questions you have. Sometimes it can be a timing issue, because when we are operating in the year, during the year, we're operating on a cash basis. So that means that sometimes we've spent the funds, if it's and it depends on what type of grant it is. If it's a reimbursement-based grant, then you have to spend the funds up front, and then you get the revenue. So there's a timing mismatch. You spend the money, and then the revenue comes after the fact.
Okay.
Sometimes you receive the revenue up front, and we have some grants like that as well. I believe most of the JetPort grants are reimbursement-based, so you will at times see revenues. It looks like it's mismatched, but it's a timing issue, because, and also because we're on a cash basis. So it's like what's coming in and then what's going out. And our audit usually will adjust that if we have expenditures that we've not been reimbursed for yet. They'll book that as a receivable and as an adjusting entry. And so usually the audit will true it up to what we consider full accrual to kind of match that up a little better. But if there's anything specific, we're happy to help you with,
Okay,
help
I'll
explain
get
that.
back with you on that.
Okay,
because
sure.
I asked for a time period of 5 years for a couple of departments. I only
Right.
got 3 years.
Okay.
But during those years, there was grant revenues each year, but then there was no expenditures in any of those years from 2020 till recent.
Okay.
So I don't know how far those grants go back and how long
Right.
it took to get the money for that to match up. But, I would like to see it match up, because it kind of sort of looks deceiving a little bit if I don't see it listed that way as expenditures and grants and the revenues. I would like to even kind of sort of just see it separate, because it's kind of sort of misleading in my point, you know what I mean, to
Right.
see revenues when it's really not a revenue that I can spend. It's not really not money made, it's a grant. You know what I mean?
We're
So-
happy to help you with whatever questions you have. We're required to report a certain way, and that's kind of the intricacies of governmental accounting.
Yes, ma'am, I
It can be a
understand,
little,
yes.
but we are happy if there's a report that you're looking at that you want to see, broken out a little differently. We're happy to do that. Just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There was a motion?
Yes. You need a vote.
motion on the floor? Consent agenda? You ready to do the vote here?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
okay.
Already voted.
Already
Oh,
voted?
y'all already voted?
Motion was
I didn't
already
come up on
made.
my- Yes.
Okay. All righty. Moving back to our public hearing, it's 9:30, to receive public comments on a request to rezone a 3.46 acre tract from RA 20 to light industry. Property is located in the US Highway 117 alternate in Dudley, identified as tax parcel 2585673029. The Board of Commissioners may choose to take action following a public hearing if they desire. I'll turn it over to Barry.
All right, good morning. This is a rezoning request from RA 20, which is a residential zoning district, to light industry. This is out on, excuse me, it's out on 117 alternate in the Dudley community. It's about 3/4 of a mile north of O'Berry Road. On the west side, if you're familiar with where the post office is there at Dudley, it is basically across the street from that. The surrounding zoning behind this property is zone heavy industry. It's where Young's Auto Salvage is. Across the street, as mentioned, is the post office. That's zone community shopping. Just south of this and adjacent is also property owned by the applicant, where they have a current business. They're looking to expand, of course, onto this property, and that's why they're requesting the light industry zoning. There's also zoning further south as well. That's community shopping. You've got Tri-County Electric that is south of there, or southeast nearby as well. So you do have a variety of commercial and industrial uses in that area. The planning board has reviewed this request and does recommend approval. Staff has reviewed the land use plan, and it is consistent with the land use plan, and that the proposed zoning is compatible with nearby commercial industrial zoning, and the county has established industrial zoning directly adjacent to the property. And also considers that the request is reasonable and in the public interest, and that the adjacent zoning and use is industrial and or commercial in nature and non-residential, is better suited, of course, in this vicinity because of that. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions at this point.
What kind of company is this?
I'm sorry?
What kind of company is this?
It is he has some warehousing that he does, some industrial type warehousing. He wants to build a building to store his materials in, where he does some contract work.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Was there anyone against this particular project in the community?
We have not heard from anyone. We did post a sign at the property. We've notified the adjacent property owners by mail also, and notified or posted it in the newspaper twice as required by the statutes, and we have not heard from anyone.
Residential wise, how many houses are in that proximity, do you know?
Got the map right there.
There's not, I don't know if you want to put a map up on the screen, scroll down there, but
Where it says map, it's the third one down, I think.
But yeah, there's the zoning or the properties around it are mainly for commercial. There are some zonings that are RA20, but they're being used for commercial uses. Like the property to the south, you can see there's a commercial building there. That's actually his in the RA20, is grandfathered in. But of course, anything you add, you know, or new buildings, it would have to be zoned appropriately. So there's not any, I think there might be one home in the vicinity. But other than that, the rest of it is either the auto salvage or Tri-County Electric or the post office, commercial or industrial uses.
I mean, really, as much commercial activity as you already got in the general area, it just makes sense to grant this.
Yeah, I just want to make
If it was stuck off, you know, right by itself. But I mean, you know, almost everything around it is commercial. I mean, I think we'd be doing an injustice not to approve it.
I just wanted to make certain that, you know, that there weren't any homeowners or individuals who didn't want it or had a, you know. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anybody wish to speak at this public hearing from the public?
Nobody signed up.
All right, you can close the public hearing.
Would the board like to vote on this, take action on it?
You can close the public
Closed
hearing
session.
first.
Okay. Close the public hearing. All right.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve. Commissioner Duncan?
Commissioner Williams, did you still want to see that map?
No, I already looked at the map. Thank you.
All righty, that passes. Madam Chair, you'll need to recess the Board of Commissioners meeting and convene the Wayne County Board of Adjustments.
All right, I recess the Board of Commissioners meeting at this time.
And convene the Wayne
And we
County.
will convene the Wayne County Board of Adjustment meeting.
We have a 9:30 public hearing for the Board of Adjustments for a special use permit request by Big D Round LLC for mobile home park approval within the RA20 zoning district on parcel number 2546744961, located on Paul Hare Road in the Grantham Township. Again, the Board of Adjustment may choose to take action following the public hearing if it desires. And we'll ask Barry to review that.
Which item is that now?
Okay, so place your right hand on that. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, we do have before you today a special use permit request for a mobile home park. This is out in the Grantham community, out on Paul Hare Road, just right off of Highway 13 south. You take 13 south, turn right on Paul Hare Road, and it'll be right there on the right when you turn off on that road. The current zoning is RA20, which again, as before, is a residential zoning district. However, in that zoning district, mobile home parks are allowed as a special use as opposed to an actual permitted use. The applicant is proposing 16 lots within that mobile home park. The average lot size within the mobile home park is around 16,376 square feet on about 11 acres. Because this is a special use, of course, I do list in your packet the findings of facts, of course, to consider with that. And then also, as a special use, the board can place conditions of approval on this request to ensure that they do comply, of course, with findings of fact. They do have a plan, a mobile home park plan that has been presented as well. This plan does meet the minimum requirements of our mobile home park ordinance. So we do have an ordinance that does list standards and requirements for these, so they have done that. It has been presented to the Wayne County Planning Board, and they've reviewed the plan and do recommend that the plan be approved or considered as part of the special use, and that it does meet the minimum requirements of the ordinance. So with that, I believe the property owner is actually here, the developer is actually here as well. If you have any questions for him, but if you have any questions for me right now, I'll be glad to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions?
Madam Chair, is this property going to be served by community water?
It will. Yes, sir.
And what
Community
water system would that be?
This is Southwestern Wayne Water District.
Okay. And they're all serviced by septic tanks, of course.
That's right.
And does our ordinance require a mobile home park subdivision to have paved streets?
It does not. The ordinance requires that it has to at least be gravel. There's a certain depth of the gravel that you have to put in and a certain width. So it has to be a certain width, certain depth of gravel. So it does have to be to a certain condition, but it does not have to be paved per the ordinance.
And as far as maintenance of that road, would be on the owner of the
The owner,
property.
that's right.
And is there an inspection process on an annual basis?
There is not. It's basically, you know, as we go out there and see it, or if we do get a complaint, we can go out there and
So it's
respond.
complaint driven? Okay.
It is.
All right, thank you.
And they will slap your hand on it sometimes.
So is it a 50, it's not 50-foot right away, never mind. Well, how wide is the road?
Oh.
Never mind, I see it, 40-foot ditch.
See it 40.
40
Yeah.
foot, yeah. So if they wanted it down the road, taken over by DOT, it ain't gonna happen?
Not on the
No.
Buffalo part, that's private property.
Yeah.
They're not dedicating any right of way.
Yeah, these lots, the lots will not be sold, so it'll all still be one complete tract. They're showing the lots for, I guess, for permitting and setback purposes.
Okay, so it's
just
gonna be
ensure that-
rentable, okay, I see.
Is there requirements on the model year of those particular homes?
There is, well, yes and no. If there's a home already set up in Wayne County, you can move it to another location in Wayne County regardless of the age. If it's moving in from another county, it can be no older than a 76 model. And that's based on HUD standards that went in place in 1976. And so that's where that number actually comes
Do
from.
we know if these particular units are gonna be like, they vary in age, or are they gonna be newer?
We don't know at this point, but we do, whenever they come in and apply for permits, we do require that they provide their tax card and their mobile home information in terms of the age. So we'll verify that, that the age is, if it's coming in, they have to have a tax card from where it's coming from. So if it's a tax card from a neighboring county, it'll have the age on there. So we'll know before it's permitted that it meets the 76 model
No, because,
requirement.
and the reason I'm asking this is because we do have some mobile homes in our communities, and they look, you know, some of them look really worn down.
Right.
And, you know, you wouldn't want, that's not my district, but you want to make certain that it, you know, that people have a, you know, a new community of mobile homes coming in, and it looks pretty good, and
Right.
they're upkept.
Yeah, we do have a minimum, I guess, minimum housing standards or standards for mobile homes, that when it does go in, our code enforcement officer, he'll go out and check the mobile home and make sure, you know, it's got the appropriate underpinning, you know, that it's, you know, no broken windows, you know what I mean, those type of things. So we do have some standards to make sure that it is, a livable home and that it is, you know, meets some minimum standards, so, yep. We
I
will
think
do
the
that.
gentleman had a question, he wanted to respond.
You have to be sworn in.
Is there a Bible up there?
There it is.
Okay.
Just for the record, we're
Be
gonna,
sworn in.
oh, I'm sorry.
If you'll place your right hand on the Bible. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Just for the record, they're gonna be all brand-new mobile homes. We're not putting nothing used in. And as far as the gravel road, when we get done with putting it in, we're gonna put the crushed asphalt, which is, when you put the crushed asphalt, it looks basically like asphalt, so it's not like gravel. So all brand-new mobile homes, gonna be nice landscape, nice bricks around it, shrubbery. It's not gonna be, you know, nothing ugly. It's gonna be nice, because I own the property on both sides of it, so I don't want it to be bad.
Yeah.
Nothing used. We're gonna put all single wides except 2 double wides. And then we're gonna offer like storage buildings and all that for people if they know grass or whatever. So it's gonna be nice. It's not gonna be no junk.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir, could you identify yourself, please?
I'm sorry, Curtis Venable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to speak at this public hearing?
Madam Chair?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm glad that you addressed that there are some, you know, code enforcement issues.
Right.
Because I've noticed in some areas where they've added on 2 mobile homes and structurally. And, you know, so maybe that's something we could kind of look at, keep our eye on.
Right. Sure will. Yep. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right. We will close Board of Adjustment hearing.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the special use permit requested by Big D Round LLC.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve.
It didn't. Okay. I voted for you.
Thank you.
All righty. If you'll adjourn the Wayne County Board of Adjustments now and reconvene the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting, Madam Chair.
All right, we will adjourn the Wayne County Board of
I
Adjustment.
voted yes, but it didn't come through to the system.
Okay, I'll fix it.
Yeah.
All right, we will reconvene our Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting.
All righty. Moving on to new business, I would like to jump down and do item 31 first under new business. And that was one we pulled off of the consent agenda. Item number 18 was a motion to adopt resolution 2023-22, a resolution authorizing Wayne County to file a formal application for an NC Division of Water Infrastructure Merger Realization Feasibility Study Grant. This is money that the county is applying for repairs to its existing Genoa sewer system through the state North Carolina Division of Water Infrastructure, which is part of the Division of Environmental Quality. This is the same pot of money that we've tapped into for our AIA study and our MRF study. Asking that you allow the county to move forward with an application to apply for those repair monies for year one that was identified in our AIA by CDM Smith. And it's approximately a little bit over $2 million.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion we adopt resolution 2023-22.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we need to raise our hand on this?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It should pop up.
Madam Chair. And the reason I wanted to move that item, because I thought it was very valuable, and people needed to know, I mean, we are as a county trying to improve our water. We know what's happening, we're kind of dependent on a lot of things within the city of Goldsboro. And so we're trying to be proactive and move forward. So thank you for that.
We also try to do it in an effort to keep our tax rates down. We apply for as much grant funding as we can when we have that opportunity.
Mr. Purple, what is some of the issues that they found when they were doing, I mean, what is some of the
The
biggest
age
issues?
of the infrastructure is greater than 40 years, so that qualifies it. It had crumbling pipes just from the age.
Are they terracotta pipes or they?
There's a mixture of pipes, mostly concrete. But even concrete breaks down over time. Some are crushed, collapsed in areas, leaking joints. This grant, if we get it, keep your fingers crossed, would create a lot of replacement for those areas. There were some manholes that are leaking that are substandard by today's standard that we're allowing I&I in. This will help us eliminate as much I&I as we can, which will help out the Goldsboro, help us from keeping from delivering any more groundwater to Goldsboro's sewage system. And I just felt it's valuable to try to apply that. If we can curb our own first, that will help Goldsboro out in their efforts to treat sewer. So
Are we raising the manholes? Because, you know, that is.
there's some that need, I think there are some, but it's not in this round. I think in a future years, there's a couple that need to be elevated, but they're not as critical as the year one problems where we have some cracked pipes and crushed pipes. Yes,
And you said the total cost is going on?
it's a little over 2 million. I can't,
And the
just
grant's gonna
barely
cover,
over.
the grant's gonna cover all of that?
I hope so. I hope so. That's what we're applying for.
Mr. Aycock, did you?
What year did we get the study done to find all those things?
This year.
Okay.
Yeah. It was CDM Smith and our merger and regionalization study. We first had to have an asset inventory study. CDM Smith was hired to do that study as part of that grant program. And this is the outcome, which it gives you a 10-year maintenance schedule, things you need to do over 10 years. And it has a year one. This is the year one funding number, which is the highest year of the 10 years. It goes down after, you know.
Mr. Crumpler, is it possible to get a copy of that report, or can I just borrow your copy?
You can borrow mine, but I'll try to get an electronic version because it's about 100 pages.
Okay.
But yes.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. It is a public record. and it's very interesting if you like reading about sewers. But it's necessary evil, so.
Okay.
Well, thank you for passing that. We'll move now back to number 29, is a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-26, resolution requesting the City of Goldsboro to rescind ordinance number 2023-46.
Madam Chair, before we get into this, I'd like to let you know, has there been any discussion with Goldsboro on this matter?
Most, we have meeting action on it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023-26, the resolution requesting the City of Goldsboro to rescind their ordinance 2023-46.
Can you break down the ordinance for us, for me personally, real quick?
Oh, hold on a minute, yeah.
We're gonna have some discussion.
Okay.
That is their development impact fees for sewer and water infrastructure.
It's got it on the PDF part. Basically, what we're doing is, I guess, is taking our ordinance and putting it in place to rescind theirs.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Yes.
I've had numerous discussions with city council members. The WCDA, our economic development, our eastern region recognizes that this is a big impediment for economic development in Wayne County. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that industry is seeking to locate west of I-95. Eastern North Carolina has been overlooked for decades. Decades. We are trying to compete to bring industry to our community. Now, like I say, it doesn't take rocket science to figure out if you're going to add an additional fee, that is not going to help the situation. That will only hurt. I want you to look at these fees. These fees that are in addition to a tap-on fee, these fees amount to $694,000 that we're asking an industry, come join us, but by the way, pay about $750,000 to join us. I mean, again, what are we doing to attract industry? This definitely is not going to help. Let me go further. Wayne County for years had been by itself seeking to compete with 99 other counties in North Carolina to bring industry here. And it just wasn't working very well for us. And we decided to join a group of counties, Lenoir and Wayne County, to create, and the state of North Carolina, by the way, to create the Eastern region. And that's been in place now for a little over 2 years. And during that time, it is amazing the success we're having. Why? Because we're a larger entity that's competing against those counties in the western part of the state, in the Piedmont. We're bringing industry. We finally are being a successful organization to bring industry here. There's some big announcements right on the horizon. There have been big announcements. There have been huge investment in our community. And what the city of Goldsboro is doing is basically saying, we're going to impose a fee that again is going to hurt. Wayne County has taken the lead in regards to investing almost $500,000 a year to bring industry here, and yet we find the city council passing ordinances that are impeding that. It's not only this one, but of course, it's the next one as well. The next one is, when industry comes, you connect to water and sewer for the city of Goldsboro, you've got to voluntarily ask to be annexed into the city. Now, let's look at that for a minute. Industry is looking in Wayne County, and they're looking at an area that is outside the city, so they're looking at their tax rate at being only county taxes. But oh, by the way, if you want to have water and sewer, which you've got to have, you've got to voluntarily ask to be annexed in the city and double your taxes. Now, how is that going to benefit and bring economic development? We have a real serious issue here. I do not know what the motivation of this is, other than to increase revenues for the city. But at whose expense? So with that said, Madam Chair, I strongly support these two resolutions, and I'm going to ask other organizations to also pass resolutions asking that they rescind this fee, and definitely not to adopt a policy of requiring industry to voluntarily be annexed into the city of Goldsboro once they connect to water and sewer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Falk, can I ask one question? Since we have merged with Lenore, and how many millions of dollars, yes, if you don't mind? Yeah, and Green, yes. How many millions of dollars since we merged with the other counties, have we brought into Wayne County?
Regionally, we have closed 23 deals, and this is regionally. $382.855 million, which equated to 2,368 deals. In Wayne County, there has been 8 deals that have been closed with $131.5 million of investment in 783 jobs.
Oh, you're going too fast here.
Sorry.
Slow down. Let me have that 100 and what million?
$131.5 million. 783 jobs on those 8 deals. Of those, 3 of them were existing industry expansions, equating to $47.9 million and 280 jobs. The other 5 deals were new industry, equating to $83.6 million and 503 jobs.
Wow.
Yep.
That's impressive.
While you're there,
Yes, sir.
quick question. How do you calculate those numbers?
Those are numbers on RFI, so these are companies that have contacted us. They are looking at, especially on the new one, so typically it's an RFI, which is a request for information. We fill that information out. We send it back to typically a site consultant. Site consultant works for the company. We then meet with the company. Company comes in, they look at the land, they look at our workforce, they look at things like fees, how much does it cost, and typically it's a competitive thing. Incentives are definitely a play on this. There are state level incentives. You all, as the Board of Commissioners, offer a very competitive performance agreement if they do locate here in Wayne County. And so those are jobs that are deals that we actively worked. We worked with the company to land those deals inside of Wayne County.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, you're saying that the impact and the number of jobs that it's having exactly on Wayne County. I'm saying how does that number occur? Like you said, 100 and what? Million?
So the millions of dollars are calculated in the number of the amount that they invest in real property and personal property into Wayne County.
Okay.
So that's not even counting their payroll, what their payroll is. So the payroll would even be higher.
Okay. Because I always look at what people say impact is.
Yes.
And impact can be several different things. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be a job or whatever. If you say we brought 700 jobs to Wayne County, it may be 700 jobs in Wayne County, but what if 300 of those people work outside the county?
Yeah.
You know, that's not benefiting Wayne County as much as we may say on paper. You know what I mean? So, numbers sound great sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes we make it seem bigger than what it is, but it's not always that. But, so I always like to look at that, when dealing with that, you know what I mean? Because it's just I like for the public to be aware, you know what I mean? Because it sounds so great and we clap and wow. But, it's a bigger investment than that, than just saying we did this or we did that. So we can move. That's all I had to add.
Yeah. Can I add just one thing on those? So those are monies that have declared in real property and personal property that they have got to declare to the state to be able to get those awarded incentives. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Well, I will, has anyone asked the city of Goldsboro, have they looked at what other cities are doing, mainly out west? If most of the business is going out west, what are they charging out west for these same fees? What are the fees out west? Are the tap fees the same? Are the tap fees higher? Are they lower? As far as being annexed in, is the annexation the same? If you're in the Charlotte area and you're trying to get annexed into the city of Charlotte's water, what are their fees? What's going on there? Because the city may be doing it from a basis of they went out and did a study and that's just the basic rate and their rates were too low. And it could be a reason why they're too low because they're not making money and they do need to get things fixed and done. So I think that, I don't know, you said you've had several conversations with the city about that, but did you have a conversation about those things? Because if we don't have those numbers, we're just sitting here saying, oh, it's too high by what standard of saying it's too high?
Well, I don't have the paperwork that he give us that day with me, but the paperwork he give us was basically on the next resolution that we're going to talk about. But as far as Charlotte or Raleigh or Greensboro, I mean, we've got to think different than what they do.
I totally understand that. Of course, we're nowhere compared to that, but I'm saying when it comes down to, if we're going to sit here and say, oh, no company's going to come here because of X, Y, Z, but the companies are going that way. Water might not be the reason at all. You know what I'm saying? And the cost of it. We have a whole lot of other factors that we're not factoring in because we're not talking about the school system. We're not talking about our crime rate. We're not talking about our housing. We're not talking about the workers, period, and being educated and what we have to educate the workers that they need, the workforce. So it's a lot of different things inside of that, and we're just focusing on the water and blaming the city of Goldsboro for that and saying that that's the reason why we're stagnant with bringing different industry here, which I know industry looks at several different factors, not just, oh, we're worried about water. If they really, really want to come here, they're going to pay that, no difference than anybody else or anywhere else. So that's the things that I'm wondering about, and why aren't we talking about all the factors of bringing a company here? Because they're going to look at everything. Nobody wants to bring their kids here and go to school here if they're like, oh, education's way better in Charlotte. We're going to go there. So it's more than just the water.
Craig, come on back up here. I'm going to have to ask you some questions. Okay, back to the $694,120 possible system development fee. If I'm not mistaken, the state, it's illegal to have an impact fee. Is that right or wrong?
That's correct.
It is illegal. So basically what they have done, in my opinion, is just give it a different name. Because basically if you got the water and sewer part that tie on to their system is going to be an impact fee, whatever you want to call it. Now, Craig, this question's for you, and I know you got to be kind of vague on some of this stuff, but what I got out of the last deal that come through, it come down to, we were down to two people, down to two sites, us and somebody else.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they had come around and done their thing here, they had surveyed everything, you'd gone through the workforce deal, just that and another.
This was on the RFI stage. They were only looking at two spots.
Us and somebody else.
Us and someone else. And we were required to submit a letter of commitment from the utility providers. The city of Goldsboro just happens to be the utility provider for water and sewer. Electric provided.
And it was
Piedmont
good.
Natural Gas.
And it was good.
Able to provide, but the water and sewer, we were unable to get a letter of commitment from the utility provider. I want to make sure that everybody understands is not just the fact that it's a city. If it was a private entity, we still would have been required to get a letter of commitment to be able to submit.
So we had everything except for the water and sewer.
We could not go farther.
But what I'm saying is,
we started with water and sewer because we assumed that it was going to be an issue. We were looked at because specifically Park East has got a capability, it's been vetted for up to 200 megawatts, and the company knew that. There's very few sites in the eastern part of the state that has the ability of delivering the amount of electricity that we can get at Park East. So they specifically sought us out because they knew that they could do that. So they had already contacted Duke Energy, and Duke Energy had pointed them to the 2 sites that they could go to.
So we couldn't go any further because of,
Failure to be able to get a letter of commitment from the utility provider for water and sewer.
so,
But now, Craig, that, if I recall correctly, there was only a 2-day turnaround time for that.
Correct, we
right?
had 48 hours to submit on that.
but it's still, I mean, 2 hours, 2 days, 2 months. I mean, you got to have your system in place to go further with economic development. And if they're not, I mean, it's not like this is, being kept a secret. I mean, they know they've got an issue. It's been an issue, and it's still an issue. And if they don't get off their tail, it's still gonna be an issue. I mean, I'm up here with as much time as I spend in trying to bring economic development to Wayne County. I'm saying me, the board, but I spent a lot of time, my personal self, trying to broker deals, trying to talk to people to bring them here. And then we get to the point that we can bring something in for 800 jobs that's gonna pay $55,800 per job. The average income, medium income house is 47 something in the county, 30 something in the city. One job from this one company is gonna raise it by 20,000 or 10,000. I mean, that's just one thing, and I understand we can't just base our stuff on a what if. We have got to have a partner in this thing, and it's not a partner. It's like they're just pulling against you every time you turn around. And some of them's been in the business supposedly for 20 years, and they ain't got a clue. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm getting to the point that it's frustrating that you work your rear off to try to bring something to do better for Wayne County, to keep your children here. And then we got people supposed to be a partner that just don't even come to the game.
Commissioner Gurley, I agree with you 100%. Problem is, there's a problem there that needs to be fixed, addressed, and so on and so forth. And until they do something about that, what can we do?
That's the reason we're looking for a regional sewer system.
That's exactly right.
Regional sewer system. If they don't, I mean, they should be on board. They just don't get it. Here's the thing. That business they were talking about, 1.whatever billion dollars worth of economic investment, right? 1.1 billion dollars with a B. 800 jobs, just in that one, not counting the next one that come through you didn't even bother to deal with. $1.1 billion worth of economic, if we signed the deal, don't you think that Commerce is gonna get them the money, is gonna sign some deals to get them to fix their sewer for that area to get it to the plant? But they don't get it, they don't see it. I mean, it's just getting to the point. I mean, the leadership part is, I mean, I hope this next election puts them on the straight and narrow.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I think we probably, I think we got our point across.
Well, I still have something to say, so
I think
my point ain't across.
what I
We ain't
do-
got our point across
What I do want to say is, I don't want to say as a whole, it's the whole city. It's not the whole city, it's not even the whole city council, for that matter. It's some. So I want to clarify that, so no one's saying we just talking about everybody, because that's not what the intentions, that's what I hope the intentions are here. But yeah, we definitely need to do something. I support the resolution.
Madam Chair. Allison, my little calculator right here won't go that high. Help me out here. 1.1 billion. Again, my calculator won't put that in there. 1.1 billion times our tax rate. How much is that?
8,167,500.
How much?
8,167,500.
So no, we're not only talking about the jobs that are paying substantially over what the average salaries are here in Wayne County. But we're talking about sharing revenues that would have brought in $8 million annually to help us build schools and improve our quality of life. And just to, out of hand, not recognize that commerce in the state of North Carolina is more than willing to put the dollars in there to bring the improvements to the city sewer system if there are jobs there. There's no better time to ask for grants from the state of North Carolina and the federal government than when you've got jobs on the line, where you're bringing investment and jobs to your community. There's no better time to ask for grants. And yet, out of hand, the management of the city of Goldsboro just simply said, no, we're not going to submit. And it's just shocking to me that that would happen in our community, as badly as we need to grow our jobs and our opportunities here.
Madam Chair, it's a lot to this conversation. We think we had it last meeting also. First main thing for me is that, I mean, it was a RFI, correct? It wasn't guaranteed, right? That's the first thing. So we're talking about all this money, all this impact, when if we had the water in place, still doesn't mean they were going to pick the city of Goldsboro or Wayne County. That's first thing. Second, there are plenty of companies out here, I'm pretty sure, that don't need that water capacity. They don't need it. They can come here with the same amount of money, the same amount of paying jobs that don't need that capacity. Why aren't we going after those companies? Second. Third, we're saying, accept right up that you can take the capacity and work on it later. It's like saying, okay, Devin, go out here and take a $5 million job knowing you can't get a loan from the bank for the $5 million to take care of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't do that in business. Too many people don't. That's a risk. Now they go and say they can do it and can't handle it. Now that's a problem down the line, down the back end. So I think if the same situations with the county, would we put the risk of writing up a contract or saying we can do X, Y, Z, knowing that we don't have the capacity to do it, in hopes that we can get some money from the state in order to be able to do it? Even if they got the money from the state, how fast does that business want to build? How fast does that business want to be here? How long will it take them to get their water infrastructure in place? I don't know how long it's going to take to fix. It may take years, even with the money. This company don't want to sit around and wait for years. If it really is a company, I don't know. I haven't heard the name of a company, anything, to this date. So it's so many different factors to this, and we're just yelling mad at the city and saying they're not working and this, that, and the third. I don't know what they're doing over there. You know what I mean? But if it's things they need to get together, maybe they are trying. But what are we doing on our end to help them get it together? You say you want this regional water board. Okay, great. But if they don't want to do that, why aren't we still as a county trying to make sure they get the money to fix whatever they need to fix? Because that's going to benefit us as well. Regardless of whether we have a say-so in it or whatever hand we have played in it, it still benefits the county if a $1.1 billion business comes here. But it seems to me it's a lot of, oh, we want a say-so in it more than we want business here. So it's a couple different factors and a lot of different things that we just haven't looked at. You know what I'm saying? And we're just stating, we put out this grand article that we lost this bid because of that, but maybe we did, maybe we didn't. Maybe they were just never going to come here anyway. You know, when was the last time we had a company that size come here? Anybody know? Never. So sometimes stuff like that just don't pop out of thin air and just happen to, oh, we're going to go to Goldsboro, when no other companies ever came here for that. You know what I'm saying? May be a miracle. I don't know. But most of the time, companies like that go places that there are already companies like that, because they want to be around companies for different transportation reasons and all of those reasons. I don't know what you've done as far as studying and trying to bring companies here, but I do know that for a fact. just from my studies. So, you know, like I said, it's so much to it that we're not looking at. We're just supposed to be so mad and this, that, and the third. And it's like, come on, man. You guys know it's way more to it than just that. Everybody in here know, if you speaking on it, you know, your board knows, the company wasn't even guaranteed to come here. You know, if the deal is done, what's the name of the company so we can all look into it and see? Nobody's willing to say a name. I don't know why they're still private. I don't know if the board is a private board that the citizens shouldn't be aware of anything that's going on after the fact. But it's after the fact, and I still haven't heard a name. So it's a lot of issues here, you know what I mean? And it's just, it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right to keep blaming the city. We know they having issues over there. They're having a bunch of issues over there, financially, water, everything. So what are we gonna do to help them? They're a major part of this county. I haven't heard that solution yet.
Well,
I spoke on this last week.
Well, another big thing too, Commissioner Foster, is not only businesses, but it's for housing, the development of housing that's going up and around. I've noticed the plats that they're putting out. There's a lot of houses being built in Goldsboro. And if you'd have a rainstorm or hurricane, it would be very, very bad for the city of Goldsboro. And yes, you're right, we all need to work together on this. But it is a problem. It is a problem.
Well, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
you know, we had a meeting with the city, and had two officials here from the state, and there's billions of dollars that's going to be available, but the state is pushing regional, and the only way we're going to get any money, we've got to have a regional project. The cities are not going to get any money. I mean, they made that very clear. This has got to be a regional project. I mean, it could be regional in Wayne County, it can be regional for Wayne, Greene, and Lenoir County, but, you know, the way I interpreted what they were saying is, you know, if you don't go the regional route, you know, the cities to Goldsboro, to Mount Olives, to Fremont, they're not going to get any of this money. Is that not the way y'all interpreted it?
That is correct in the future.
Yeah, but the issue is here, is this resolution right here we're talking about is the prime example of why there should be a partnership. Because right now, they're imposing, or they're proposing to possibly charge somebody $700,000 to hook on. And at that meeting the other day, one of the council members said about Eureka, well, there's 130 or 113 people up there, they just don't, you know, they need to figure out something else to do. So it's not just, it's not the county that's not wanting a partnership. It's the city too. The city don't want a partnership. I mean, if it's going to be a partnership, it's a partnership. It's not a dictatorship. And that's what we've got right now is a dictatorship. But anyway, I'm just, you know, we just spinning our wheels and we're not going nowhere when it comes to economic development. So I need my wristband sooner than later. There's a motion on the floor.
All right, we got a motion on the floor. Which one are we on, 29, 30?
We're on
29.
26?
2023-26.
One minute we bragging about economic development, the next minute we're saying we're spinning our wheels. I'm confused.
Yeah, we're spinning our wheels right now because we can't get anything because we don't have any sewer.
But you just clapping and praising over what we've done so far in the past 2 years or so. So which one is it? Either we're doing something or we're not.
We could do a whole lot more.
You got to be able to progress your system down.
I get that, but come on, man. You guys know. You've heard what I said. This basic stuff makes sense, man. You have no valid points. You're just talking.
Well, maybe when you get up there, you'll fix the problem.
No, sir. I don't know what you're talking about, but hey.
All right. I think everybody's voted.
I ain't voted yet.
I vote no.
Motion passed. Moving on to number 30 is a motion to adopt resolution 2023-27 requesting the city of Goldsboro to not require the annexation of properties outside the city that use water or sewer from the city of Goldsboro.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023-27, and we can start the whole conversation all over again if you want to.
Well, that's my same question I asked before, was this discussed with the city?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we discussed that.
And they give us
When
every
did this
reason,
meeting take place?
they give us every reason to,
We met at the
to tell us
microphone.
that, to tell us
It was the
what
quarterly,
these,
it was basically, most of the discussion was when we had that quarterly meeting with all the municipalities. It's when most of the discussion was. And basically, I might as well say that everybody was on board except Goldsboro.
Madam Chair. I won't beat this one to death, however, when Park East was developed, in connection with the county of Wayne, the city of Goldsboro agreed that they would not require any industry locating in Park East to be annexed into the city for 7 years. There was a 7-year agreement from the very beginning. Wayne County has gone and picked up and has invested millions of dollars in Park East to build shell buildings, so we have the product in order for us to have clients come and look at Wayne County for location. So we now have 2 shell buildings under construction, millions of dollars, and the city council now wants to change the game, rescind the agreement that's been in place for decades, and require those industries, when they locate here and connect to water and sewer, to immediately ask to be annexed into the city.
Mr. Daugherty, can I interrupt just a
Yes.
minute? You said the city council. The city council is no different from this board right here. They've got to rely on the information they're getting from their management.
I agree.
And, you know, let's don't point the finger all together at the city council. They're relying on the information that they're getting from their management.
And thankfully, last night at the city council meeting, they tabled this project. They tabled this resolution to bring it up in 2 more weeks. So they must realize there's some issues here. But the point is that we have currently, today, an agreement with the city that they will not force new industry to come into the city and pay city taxes for 7 years. They want to rescind that in essence. And I just find that very difficult. And certainly, again, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to recognize that is not going to benefit our efforts of bringing industry to Wayne County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
it says.
Madam Chair, quick question. When was that agreement made?
I do not know, but it's someplace.
So it's over 7 years?
It's definitely been over 7 years.
Oh, okay. So any agreement after 7 years, you have a right to change it then, legally, right? If that was the agreement, if it's over 7 years, they have a right to change it.
Legally, yes, they can change it if they wanted to. They can rescind any agreement.
I'm just checking.
But the point is, why would you? How is that going to help grow Wayne County?
At any point, has this board or any board you've been a part of changed something because they were missing out on money that they should be getting or could be possibly getting? I'm just asking a question, yes or no?
They can
yes or
in
no?
fact rescind, and that's not the question.
You want to answer the question?
That is not the question is, why would you rescind an agreement that's in place?
Because they're having water issues and they need to make as much money as possible to help try to fix those water issues. So what do you need to do? It's no different than anything. If you're having issues with something and you don't have the money, but there are pots of money that could be made to help maybe a percentage of it or whatever you're going to do with it, why wouldn't you go after that if you've never went out there before? They've basically been missing money for years.
I suppose you could.
They've basically been missing money for years that they probably should
have.
have been after, that probably could have prevented some of this stuff or helped it along the way.
I suppose you can justify it. I find it hard to justify.
Madam Chair, it says in the agreement, the city will agree to provide access to water and sewer lines to any industry requesting such extension, provided the industry locates within 3 miles of city limits. An industry requesting access to water and sewer lines will be granted such access upon execution of a formal agreement with the city to file a petition for voluntary annexation on or before the expiration of 7 years from the date occupancy. So they don't have an actual, it's not a 7-year deal from the date that you signed the agreement. It's 7 years from the date that they signed the deal as an industry. But here's the thing. Water and sewer annexation, you can't forcibly annex anybody right now. And I asked the other day when I talked to one of them, I said, what do you provide? And they said, I said, sewer is the thing that you provide that we can't provide. And I said, it says that you'll provide the sewer lines. And they said, yeah, if they sign an agreement, that they'll be voluntary annexed. I said, so if they don't sign it, you're not going to provide a sewer system. You're not. But he said no. So basically, they're forcing somebody to be annexed if they sign the agreement. So does it need to be refined? I have no idea. All I know is large industry requires sewer. End of discussion. And City of Goldsboro is the only game in town that can provide the sewer. And until they get it fixed or they come with us to let's get it fixed together, we're sitting like a dead duck with large industry. We can bring some small ones in, but until that day happens, we might as well just call it.
Madam Chair, if you said, they said last night that Goldsboro put theirs off for 2 weeks, correct?
They did.
So why are we still talking about it now?
Because they're gonna bring it back up.
In 2 weeks?
But you don't know what they're gonna do in 2 weeks, so.
Well, we're going to oppose, we basically feel like that they do not need to impose that.
I agree.
And that's basically what the resolution says.
Well, maybe they'll legally find out whether they can do it or not. According to Chris, they can't. And they'll go from there. But I want to make the motion, vote.
Already made the motion. Let's vote. Call for the
All
question.
right, motion on the floor to vote.
No.
Bonnie come up. I vote yes.
All right. That motion passed. We'll move on to our public comments section. Do we have anybody sign up for public? Nobody signed up for public comments?
Thank you, Craig.
And we'll, thanks. Go to county manager's report, and I'd just like to remind everybody that after following this meeting, we do have a facilities working group meeting to discuss the Gambelli building. And I also have a special presentation that I'd like to do now. And I'd ask Allison Spade to come up, please. To the podium. As everybody knows, Allison will be leaving us, and that's very unfortunate for us. I've learned a lot from her, and we're gonna miss her. I got mad when she told me that it took a day to get over it, but I got over it. And she probably thought, well, what's wrong with this guy? But anyway, we had this plaque here. I'm gonna read it. It's presented to Allison Spade, the finance director, from February 2007 to September 2023. In special recognition for your public service and commitment to the citizens and staff of Wayne County. Your leadership through challenging times has pushed us to go further, and the improvements made have undoubtedly made Wayne County a better place to call home. The Wayne County Board of Commissioners sincerely thanks you for your diligent service to this county and wishes you the best for the future.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
is it possible for us to come down and
Yes,
get a
we can.
picture with her?
I was
I'm
going
gonna
to say
miss
the
her.
same thing.
I'm still mad.
I think we all are.
All right, we get a picture?
Yep.
I do want to say thank you for the opportunity to have this position. You have all been a pleasure to work with, and this is definitely bittersweet. And I thank my staff. I love my staff. You're in wonderful hands. And I'm a phone call away if you need me. And thank you to management and the attorneys for just all the support over the years. This has been a great experience, and so thank you very much for all your support.
Allison, I'm gonna miss the opportunity to come in and sit down in your office and say, hey, we need to find some money. You always did, though. You always seemed to help me out.
I'll tell Angie where the money tree's buried.
All right, that's all from the county manager's report. It'll be open to Board of Commissioners committee reports.
All right. Mr. Williams.
Oh, yes, thank you. I had the opportunity, the board allowed me to go to our National County Commissioners Convention in Raleigh, and I had the opportunity to represent as a voting delegate for Wayne County, and just really appreciated it. It was a great opportunity for Wayne County and to meet with the other counties that are part of the National Association, and look forward to going again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Dalton.
Well, I've been kind of vocal today. That said, Commissioner Foster is absolutely correct. This board has got to find a way to work with the city of Goldsboro, the city council, and we've got to address the sewer issue here in Wayne County, because we're at a stalemate. In speaking to a council member, I asked this council, if I were to offer to take over the payments and your mortgage on your house, would you reject that offer? Council member turned around and said, are you willing to do that? And I said, no, but this county is willing to sit down and find a way financially to make this thing work. We all know what the problem is. The city of Goldsboro has been behind in their audits, and the LGC will not allow the city of Goldsboro to borrow a nickel, let alone $120 million to improve their sewer system. The problem is they do not have the ability to borrow the monies necessary to bring that sewer system up to have the additional capacity, so we bring jobs and families and expand here in Wayne County. We've got to find a solution to it. And I, as a commissioner, am more than willing to sit down and partner, truly partner, with the municipalities in Wayne County to find the financial solution to improve that sewer plant. But it's going to have to take all of us getting to the table, setting differences aside, and finding the dollars to bring the improvements to that sewer system. It's not up to the county to go borrow the money and put those improvements into the sewer system. The city has got to come to the table and agree to some type of an arrangement that benefits both parties. Thank you.
When we were in Raleigh, at this state county commissioners conference, I sit through two classes in particular. One of them was recruitment of EMS or first responders in general, fire, law enforcement, EMS. And Wake County held it, Wake EMS pretty much held it. And they patted themselves on the back and kind of throwed it in everyone around them's face that, I guess this is kind of suggested what they said. I guess y'all know that there's a shortage of EMS and fire and law enforcement across the state, and we up the ante, basically. And then they said, and I'm sure some of y'all caught the brunt of it, and some of the ones of the eastern counties and all was sitting in there and they were kind of mumbling a little bit. Basically, what they said is we got the money, and we to pay the people, so we put it out there. The next one I went to was it was put on by the Cooperative Extension. It was about the farmers market or the vegetables, fruits and vegetables and things, and they were talking about how they had 100,000 people that were on the street per se, homeless, not able to get foods and all. But then they said, we got a problem. They said, y'all know we got over 1 million people in Wake County. So we've overdeveloped, and we don't have any farmland. We don't have enough farmland left to produce the amount of food that it's going to take to feed these people. The next statement out of their mouth was, but we'll buy all of y'all's that are surrounding us. Goes back to the almighty dollar. So basically, we're going to pay more for your food in your county because we didn't think far enough ahead to keep farmland to produce our own. Now, that's just one thing. All right, let's go to farmland. From 2012 to 2017, Wayne County lost 5,600 acres in farmland. Only 45 of it was the subdivisions. You can kind of figure what's going on with everything, whether it be business, solar facilities, that type of thing. We've got to do something to protect our farmland. You know, we all sit up here and say, yes, we're all behind the farmer, we are pro-farming, pro-agriculture, but sometimes we make decisions don't substantiate that. And Mr. Parker, you correct me if I'm wrong on this. The General Assembly dictates how much property tax that we can redeem on a solar facility.
That's correct.
And it's 20% of the equipment. So if the equipment is $1 million, the only thing we can redeem property tax on is $200,000.
If that's the figure. I don't
That's
know.
this 80/20. I got it off the thing. Somebody sent it to me. That's something we need to think about, because we're developing our farmland in things that we won't recoup 20 years from now or ever. Now, I've gone on about this stuff about the economic stuff, the economic incentives. You know, it's frustrating that we're sitting here trying to bring stuff. We come on this board trying to bring businesses and industry to Wayne County. Whether we do or we don't, whether we partner or we don't, I mean, we know what the issue is. And, you know, it gets aggravating when you go try to sit down and talk to somebody and you figure out within 2 minutes that you might as well just go on back where you're at because they're not going to listen or they're not going to even want to talk about it. Now, I will say this, we've got one thing that we adopted on the consent agenda that hopefully from that meeting we had, the last meeting we had, maybe might be an avenue that they're going down. But when it comes back down to where we were talking about economic incentives a while ago, you know, businesses that we could possibly get, and I'm gonna try to talk vague and what if. We could possibly get the economic incentives, and the Department of Commerce is gonna help us get our infrastructure upgraded to what it needs to be. The last thing I'm gonna talk about is our some of our economic or some of our industry trying to come to Wayne County comes from out of the country. And I've been very vocal about this. I've said this to Mark and I've said it to Craig. In proximity to our base, I'm not in favor of having anybody from China located at Park East. That's Chris's opinion only, and somebody can throw darts if they want to. That's the way I stand. We got too much to lose with our national defense with somebody that is that possibly is backed by the Republic of China. And I'll say this right here, I was talking to a state legislator when the Smithfield Foods deal went through with China. It was a $4.3 billion deal within 100,000 or two. He gave the man his card. When he got home that night, he threw it on his desk, went to bed, he got up next morning, he went to file that card. When he flipped it over, he was a member of the Republic of China. That one deal is part of the reason Goldsboro Milling is not in the hog business today. That's affected a lot of people in Wayne County. But that ain't the only thing. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. But these things right here, I mean, my mama died with Alzheimer's. But there's people today in their 30s and 40s that their memory is no ways what it should be. Mine's not what it should be. I think these little things right here's got something to do with it. That's just Chris, and I know I'm going off on a tangent on this. But the last thing I'm going to tell you goes back to the almighty dollar. When you went to the air show, when you went in the gate, they give you a little plastic thing with 2 orange earplugs in it. Y'all remember that? Did anybody flip it over and see what it said on the back side of it?
Made in China.
It was made in China. Our federal government is buying earplugs from China or produced in China and give them to our military or on the military installations. I mean, you know, there again, I'm not a conspiracy deal, but all you got to do is take that thing, you do a lot of air out there and you stick it in your ear. When you do a lot of that, if they got something on, all they got to do is have a little something on it, stick it in your ear and it activates. We need to think about what we're doing. We need to think about where we're going as a country. All goes back to the almighty dollar. Everybody wants something for nothing. And that's what's got us into place today. And I'll shut up.
Commissioner Foster.
Chris, maybe you're right, because I forgot what I was going to say. Hey, first, you know, I would like to see, you know, our regional board, you know, hopefully continue to go out to companies, you know what I mean? And in the future, you know, if we know for next year, probably even 2 years, that if those companies need a certain amount of water capacity and sewer, that, you know, this area is not gonna be able to do it, you know what I mean? And that's just the loss that we're gonna take. But I'm pretty sure there are plenty of companies out here that don't need it. So let's go after them and try to bring them to this area and make up for anything that we may think that we have lost up to this point, you know? I know we had shell buildings sitting empty for a while out there. You know, I hope these two going up don't sit empty. You know what I mean? Now, you know, so, you know, I don't know, you know, what's in the works or what you already have in plan for those buildings, but I would hope that, you know, we're on the up and up with those and can get some companies in here to start making some groundwork. Secondly, kind of an ugly subject, but, you know, sometimes we have to address the ugly things. We've had a lot of stuff going on here in Wayne County recently. I've gotten a lot of ton of phone calls, messages, all kinds of mess, you know, asking me questions of, you know, what's going on with the sheriff department. I tell people I have no idea, because I don't have any. But I would love to see someone from the county speak on those issues, or at least make a public statement to our public, because I think they deserve it. You know, our taxpayers ask questions, and, you know, I think sometimes they think I'm lying to them because I don't know, you know. But it would be a great thing to have some type of public statement made to address, you know, the public and what's going on, and let them know that, hey, we're solid, we're okay, we're moving forward. You know, just some things happen, and hopefully we're in the clear now. So I would like for that to be done. Lastly, I was at the conference also, and, you know, learned a lot of things, mainly, you know, the opioid situation is here in Wayne County. And Ms. Ginger and I were in some classes together, and, you know, we've been working with 2 boards now. We created a whole nother board. Thank you, Chip, for helping me with that. And we're hoping to move forward with the reentry program, DSS, A program, child support, probation. You know, we had a few people at the table, and we're hoping to move forward and start making some progress, some more progress here in Wayne County as far as just, you know, helping out individuals, period. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people out here need help. You know, I'm a substance abuse counselor by trade, and I know the dangers of it, you know, from everything. You know, it's kind of sort of hard for me to be happy about Wayne County making $110,000 in alcohol sales, because I know how dangerous it is, but at the same time, it's legal, and it's just, people are gonna drink, you know. So, you know, I look forward to continue working with Ms. Ginger and the rest of the folks on the board and everything, and hopefully we can bring some different things that we've learned from the conference and other places. You know, I just sent Ms. Ginger a video, I think, last week. Yeah, you know, I mean, they're doing stuff in high schools, and virtual thing in high school for prevention. You know, it's so much out here that we can do, and, you know, address the situation, you know, from just homelessness to transportation to food to, it's just so much. But I thank everybody for participating and helping. Thank you.
I want to piggyback on what Commissioner Foster just said. One big aspect, though, is mental health issues, especially among the homeless. And you can live in a $300,000 house and have someone in your family with a mental health issue that's not being treated. And that leads to drugs and alcohol abuse. And I think that's something that we need to put some more focus on. You know, granted, it's in the homeless section, we all know that, but also it's out in our general community. You know, so we really need to do something about that. I want to thank everyone who participated in the Freedom Fest this past weekend. I know it got rain, we had a lot of rain there, but thank you for coming out. And one other thing here, which I'll say for some of it for closed session, is that, you know, we've talked about the city of Goldsboro, their sewer issues, but we've got to remember, we still have minority. They have issues. And regionalization should take care of this problem. But let's face it, regionalization is going to take some time to come in. What do we do now? Now, we can point fingers and blame and so on and so forth. And I can guarantee you, we have people right now on the city council who have issues with us simply because we're always putting our fingers out. Let's sit down and talk. You know, y'all say you had a meeting with them. I hadn't knew nothing about that meeting. But we can't keep blaming and pointing fingers, and they pointing fingers back at us. We need to come to some consensus. Put your differences aside, and let's tackle this problem as intelligent human beings. And that's my comment, Madam Chair.
I think about everything has been said that needs to be said, other than I don't want people to take this as a complaint, but we spend a lot of time and a lot of money on trying to keep Seymour Johnson here. And last Saturday night, me and Linda and Miss Barbara went to Seymour Johnson Ball. And I've had this on my mind ever since. They got up and recognized just about everybody that could be recognized, right on down to the janitor. And there was not the first word mentioned about Wayne County. Me and Barbara, the mayor was recognized. Me and Barbara sat there like church mice. It was not the first word ever mentioned about Wayne County. And the money that we're investing in lobbyists and a school, building a new school at Meadow Lane, it's very frustrating to know what we've done for that base and be ignored. And I know I'm gonna catch some heat on it, but I think the chair will agree with me. It's just, it's frustrating, and you almost get to the point, excuse my language, just say the hell with them. But not, you know, that's Wayne's opinion and Wayne's opinion only. That's not the Board of Commissioners' opinion. That's just Wayne's opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Daughtry mentioned about let's get together with the city of Goldsboro and let's start communicating. My suggestion is maybe we could get somebody from the Department of Commerce to come in to one of our meetings and tell us ways and what could be available if we did start this partnership. So the meeting we had, I know there was a lot of disagreements, everybody didn't agree, but we did have a meeting and we did talk. And I would like to see us try again, bring the Department of Commerce in, a representative, Kenny Flowers or anybody, and let's talk again and let's see if there is something available from the Commerce if we did join together. Because I felt like it was a good, what do you feel, Commissioner Aycock? Did you feel like it was a good meeting?
Yeah.
They even mentioned about that was one of the first meetings like this that we'd had. So it did open the doors. Not necessarily everybody agreed on everything, but like Commissioner Foster said, we got to start from somewhere, and that's where we need to start, I think.
And also, excuse me if I interrupted, you know, we did have a meeting, you know, naturally there could only be 3 commissioners there, and I think one of the reasons I was chosen is because me and Mr. Daughtry's been on the board the longest, and I think it was out of respect. But if we need to have an announced meeting for all of the city council and all of the board of commissioners, I don't have a problem with that. I don't want anybody left out. But you know, with the way the law is right now, we're limited on who can be at the meetings. But if there's a way that we can get together in more than 3 of the chamber, the city council and more than 3 of the commissioners can be there, I don't have a problem with that.
That's all I got to say. Does anybody else want to add anything?
I did want to add one other thing, Madam Chair. It's election season. Don't forget to get out and vote. Your voice matters. Your vote counts. If you want to see change, you have to make change. You start making change by going to the polls. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Parker, do we have a closed session?
Yes, ma'am. It would be to consult with your attorneys to preserve attorney-client privilege.
All right, I need everybody that's not part of the closed session to vacate, please.
Need a motion for that?
And we need a motion. Okay, motion carried.
Pull it up when I get home so I can really see that plan.
Yep, they're gonna be discussing that at the facility meeting, Joe, tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow?
The school.
We're
board.
open. Wait to close the meeting.
All right. All right.
We adjourn.
Close. And adjourn.